Okay. Ich sollte live sein. Mal sehen. Ich muss nur mal kurz schauen, ob ich live bin. Live. Was, wenn ich auf selbst... No, ich sollte live sein. Ja. No, ich sollte live sein. Warum werde ich es nicht angezeigt? No, ich sollte live sein. Okay, sorry. Warum wird es nicht angezeigt? Was, wenn ich das einmal restarte? Okay, was auch immer. Ich starte das Spiel. Und ja. Keep hovering to play. Okay, ich starte das Spiel. Wenigstens kann ich's. Hab ich's hier. Ich kann nicht warten. Ich kann nicht drauf warten. Okay, ist es Vollscreen? Ah. Warum sind Spiele heutzutage immer auf Vollscreen? Das ist für den Let's Play einfach scheiße. Crows, directed by Crows. Developed by, I'm sorry. Okay, da. Written by Davey Redden. Please choose. Okay. Bitte wählen Sie eine Sprache für Bildschirmtext und Untertitel. Okay. Bestätigen. Hast du es dein... Ja. Bitte passen Sie den Regler an, dass der Computer gerade noch sichtbar ist. Und, dass der Computer gerade noch... Krass. Warum ist das ein Horrorspiel? Also ich sehe ja noch gerade so den. Bitte gib die aktuelle Zeit an. Was? Warum? Oh nein, es ist nicht... Es ist 18 Uhr, das heißt es ist 6... Oh, AM, nein. PM... 6 sollte es sein, ja, 6. Kannst du nicht meine Computeruhr nehmen? Okay, es ist so spät. Hinweis, Einstellungen zur Barrierefrei. Was ist das? Warte, seht ihr das? Ja, ihr seht das. Gut. Okay. Ihr seht das. Alles. Hinweis, Einstellungen zur Barrierefreiheit können über den Haupt... Okay. Aber Sprache, Untertitel anzeigen. Größe. Okay. Ja, ich finde, das sieht schön aus. Obwohl, ja, so ein 50 ist gut. Ich hoffe, ihr hört mich alle. Ich mache das Spiel vielleicht etwas leiser. Nee. Ja, einer schaut so. Das bin wahrscheinlich ich. Weil hier, jetzt Setup, kann ich nicht sehen. Kann ich nicht sehen. Mein Setup will mir nichts anzeigen. Das ist dumm. Okay. Okay, was ist Rammer? Ich pack das einfach... Ah! Ah! Discord! Nein! Okay, okay. Langsam kriege ich alles unter Griff, in den Griff. Wo packe ich dich denn? Ach, wo packe ich dich denn? Ich habe 2 Bildschirme und ich weiß nicht, wohin mit denen. Discord kommt hier hin, du kommst hier hin und du kommst hier hin. Und das Spiel ist hier. Ich streame seit 4 Minuten, das ist einfach ein totales Chaos. Das ist nicht so ein Spiel. Ich hole mir kurz was zu trinken. Nein, ich hab hier trinken. Ach, warte, was? Nein. eine geile Spielerfahrung haben. Spielerdaten, Einstellungen zurück, gespeichert. Okay, cool. Inhaltwarnung anzeigen. Nein, das wäre Spoiler. Ich möchte nicht gespoilert werden. Ja, ist alles okay. Warum nicht? Vielleicht packe ich dich einmal ein bisschen runter. Und, ja, gut. Einfach Steuerung. Nein. Warte, was? Ich kann nicht springen. Das ist, denke ich, einfach nur, weil... einfach aus Witz aus. Weil man kann ja nicht springen. Okay, was soll mal? Das Spiel beginnen. The end is never the end, is never the end, it's never the end, is loading, never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh boy.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Das Rainbow for a monitor
telling him what buttons to
push. What button to push them, and in what order.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Ich habe das Spiel auf Deutsch, damit Leute das verstehen, aber ich höre einfach nur auf Englisch.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would
Ultra Deluxe was Ultra
Stanley.
Deluxe.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh. Ist das die echte Zeit? Ist das like die echte Zeit hier gerade? Okay, gut, nun kann ich auch sehen, wie viel da an dem Stream man schon was. Keine. Ich weiß, was die erste. Ich weiß, was das erste ist, was man tun kann.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed. Then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh boy, das ist so cool. Das nächste, was ich tun möchte. Oh Gott, ich dachte, das wäre eine Person.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
You can't jump. Warte, ich mach das mal auf dem Foreground, okay. Nein, das ist Chrome? Wo ist das Spiel? Ach komm, sag bloß. Okay, Foreground. Wo ist the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Okay, ich mach das Spiel einmal kurz auf dem vom Vollbild zur Im Fenster. Oh Gott, das Spiel ist klein. Warum ist das Spiel so klein? Resolution to Resolution. Warum? Ah. Warum ist das so? Okay. Okay, fein. Ich werde im Vollbild bleiben, weil ich wollte die Achievements zeigen. Ah, nein! 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 Nein. Ach, jetzt bricht alles zusammen. Jetzt bricht alles zusammen. Oh! Nein. Warum bricht jetzt alles zusammen? Warum bricht jetzt alles zusammen? Okay, wie wär's damit? Ich starte das Spiel neu. Einstellungen. Geht zurück zum Desktop. Auch wenn ich die ganze Zeit Alter, das erste Achievement wird verliehen, wenn du irgendeinen der anderen Achievement erstmal bekommen hast. Das ist witzig. Jetzt starte ich das Spiel. Das Spiel ist in diesem kleinen Bild hier. Es ist von Crows. Defy written. Was? Warum das denn? Ist das, weil es eine bestimmte Sache gibt? Jetzt ist 19 Uhr. Das heißt minus 12. 19. 6. 7. Ist es? Nein, es ist bei 18 Uhr. Das ist. Sekunde mal, warte. Kann ich hier kurz sagen, bevor wir loslegen? Danke, dass du die Uhrzeit beide Mal eingestellt hast, nachdem du das Spiel gestartet hast. Viele nehmen diesen Schritt nicht ernst. Sie belassen die Uhrzeit einfach bei 12 und lassen es gut sein. Aber du machst tatsächlich die Mühe, die Uhrzeit einzustellen und das weiß ich zu schätzen. So weiß ich, dass dir die Gefahrung wichtig ist. Bisschen Aufmerksamkeit. Ich kann gar nicht wissen, ob die von dir eingestellte Uhrzeit korrekt ist. Pass auf, ich habe einen Vorschlag für dich. Da du so kooperativ warst, kannst du bei dem nächsten Spielzeit, wenn du den Bildschirm siehst, einfach deine beliebige Zeit einstellen. Nimm dir die Uhrzeit, die du willst, selbst wenn es nicht die richtige ist. Du hast es bei dir verdient. Alles klar, ich lass dich jetzt mal weiter spielen. Krass. Ah, jetzt ist es nicht mehr Resolution zu Resolution. Okay, gut. Jetzt können wir das Spiel wirklich. Jetzt geht es endlich! Nachdem allen, dass das nicht funktioniert hat. Ah, willkommen zurück. Ja, jetzt kann ich eigentlich das machen. Okay, das ist ja mal kurz so. Hier, das ist das Achievement. Willkommen zurück. Ich liebe Steam Achievements. Keine Ahnung warum. Dass es einfach so ein Pop-up ist. Okay, warum funktioniert es jetzt nicht mehr? Ach, warum funktioniert es jetzt nicht? So. Fein, ohne Achievements. Ich sage einfach, welchen Achievement ich bekommen habe.
All of this
Oh Gott, V-Sync. Bloß das Welt nicht verstanden.
co-workers were gone.
Okay.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Kill me, for the love of God, please unplug me. Das ist... Was? Als ob es am Leben ist. Übrigens versuche ich jetzt das Springen-Achievement zu bekommen. Yep, die kann man ausmachen.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, das sollte funktionieren.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Ja.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
Ja.
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort.
Ich
I
bin
want to
jetzt
see some
Achievement
hustle,
Hunting.
Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Da ist ein Stanley manchmal. 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. 437.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415.
Now, back to door number 437.
437. Oh boy.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the call. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Gasse?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416, okay.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Es sind nicht mehrere hier? Oh Gott, die haben nur eine Kopiermaschine. Das ist scheiße.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on... Yes! We did
Klicke
it!
5-mal auf
Oh,
Tür
wow.
430.
That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
Ja, was war, ja. Warum ist der Einzige, der Stifte anspitzt? Okay. Okay, gut.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case, we'll continue.
Yay!
Now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place.
Ich liebe es.
Now, think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration?
Oh God.
This is Rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Oh lol. Das Spiel neu beginnen. Ich bin glücklich, dass sie nicht...
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich liebe es, dass die halt
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map
nicht
until
The
he
End
heard
is
this
Never the End
narration
übersetzt
and
haben.
realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
This was a man named Stanley.
Who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite
Es reimt sich.
gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
Ja, okay. Ich hab's das schon öfters angeschaut, also, ja.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Oh, die Sachen ändern sich, das ist cool. Das ist an. Was sagt es eigentlich? What okay. Die Leute müssen das einmal auscracken. Dings. Da ist eine Tür. Awaiting input. Okay. It awaits input, okay. Ich habe kein Optifine.
When Stanley came
to a set of open doors, he entered the door on his left. Okay. Ich verfolge ihn einmal.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ah, das ist cool. Mehr Details. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has sleek blue graphics and stuff.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Wie viel hat sich... Hier hat sich fast nichts geändert. Ich meine, okay, das... Die Branch sieht aus wie von...
There was nothing here.
Ja, was
No
nochmal.
choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Ich liebe es.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing
Oh, ich habe den
anything.
Titel falsch
At least
geschrieben.
if there was something to inter
Ich habe den Titel falsch geschrieben. Habe ich? He Stanley... Ach Gott, nein. Edit. 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 He Stanley Per... Warum ist das... Ich habe den alles umgeschrieben. Es ist nur eine halbe Stunde. Es ist nur eine halbe Stunde. Naja. Ist es so? Go live. Live. Connect to stream. Extend connection. Okay, na endlich.
interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
Na endlich.
Yes, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yeah.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Yeah.
I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Ja.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the
Oh
broom
nein, die
closet
Lichter
ending?
sind...
The
Die,
broom closet
es hat...
ending was my favorite."
Es
I
hatte
hope
in...
your friends find this concerning.
Die hatten das in Farben in den ersten Spiel gehabt und jetzt nicht mehr.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Das ist...
That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Nutten. Er hat es in 2011 Version
Well, I've
Mod,
come to a very definite
hat er es
conclusion
auch
about what's
gesagt.
going on right now.
Aber ohne Broom Closet.
You're dead.
Ich bewege
You got to
mich.
this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Ich habe das Gefühl, er ist
All
nicht
right.
menschlich.
When you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, second player. You too? 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 Oh. Oh. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then it's what the boss chooses. Extreme bathrooms. Yo. Oh boy. Business strategies. Nice. Yeah! Bang, 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 bang. Stanley. Ja, es geht nirgendwo. Naja, vielleicht geht's hier irgendwo hin. Aber... ja. Das sind Bilder, aber es ist zu beleuchten, um zu sehen, was da ist. Warte, was wenn ich... Nein! Kenn ich raus. Okay, was ist mal? Los geht's. Ha. Da ist der Boss. Okay, ich möchte was ausprobieren.
Stepping in.
There we go. Fick den Narrator. Room closet. Fick den Narrator. Hier ist jetzt alles, was man tun kann, ist zurückgehen. Die Tür ist offen. Okay, then snap the end. You are now leaving. Okay. Also, warum ist es so creepy? 55. Ist einfach wirklich ohne jemanden dabei zu haben. Ich fühle mich alleine. Stanley, better. Die Nummer erhöht sich aber. War da eine Person? Warum ist es... Das ist meins. Ach Gott. Meine Tür hat sich bewegt. Ist es die ganze Zeit mein gleicher Raum? Das ist immer der gleiche Raum. Bin ich beobachtet? Launchpad. Das ist der gleiche Raum. Ich hab das nie bemerkt. Das ist der Escape Part. Okay. Ich bin wieder hier. Ich dachte, das wäre woanders jetzt. Weil es ja
All of his
orthodox.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley. Ah, no, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, was ist überhaupt neu?
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Tipp to not
Feeling
talk
waves
less.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might
Don't
find
get
an answer
fired.
there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in
Range
this room.
T-Fortress
Please
2.
take your time.
Please take your time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud.
Neuer Code.
To nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret.
Yeah?
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Forgot. It turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And
What?
Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
No, hurra! Oh Gott, ich kann nicht sehen. Oh, ich dachte, wir wären woanders jetzt. Oh, okay.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh. Ah!
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Oh, ich kann nicht runter. Kann ich wieder runter. Na dann. Ich frage mich, worum meine Geschichte geht.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Warte, was, wenn ich einfach zurückgehe? Es muss etwas hier geben. Lay Parable 2011 Key Code. Warte, das gibt einen Code. Slay Parable 2011. Ja, okay, das ist alles gemutet. Warte, ich pausiere, mach mal kein Ton. One 957. 1957. Ach. Okay, fein. Was, wenn ich aber hoch und runter gehe?
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
How does he keep coming up with all of this?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
The suspense is killing me. Oh.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
Yeah.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute to process this.
What? Please hold. What the fuck is this? He's...
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Oh god, I can't wait till they make something scary. That make me scared.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Oh god, this is amazing.
Of course. Going back down. Not anticipated. I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it.
Oh god.
Just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Oh god. I wanna know more. Ich will mehr wissen. Okay, wie wär's mit jetzt?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
Yeah.
But the suspense. Waiting and anticipating. Having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting.
Ja,
Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know,
yes.
it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning.
Was
they really look up to you, Stanley.
Was
I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
Was? Was?
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Oh, fuck, ich hätte zurückgehen können, nicht wahr? Ich kann nicht mal abspeichern. What hath this being Aldrich's revealed? We did it, the pyramids. Life, the guy who went to Mars. Oh, I sonst alive. Oh nein. Ach Gott, nein. Ich bin nicht bereit. An evening with word peace. Ich hab Stanley live on.
Ah, yes. Here
Was?
it is,
Minecraft?
just through this door.
The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable, Stanley from the Stanley Parable live on stage. Nein! The words first said. Nein! Nein! Was? Doing great. Our conversation was great.
Right. Are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
An audience of the
Okay,
Judicature.
it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
4 to 7. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your co-workers. Story. Stanley me at age 6. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're really cool. Break like champ. The boss. I love the way you ride elevators and tell stories the way you do. Go get 'em, Tiger. Break a leg, champ. Okay, like. With your love for you grow every day. You make me feel your wife from the apartment ending. It's a story time. Was? Oh, this new book. Oh Gott. Was ist das? I played the demo. Hab ich auch. Ich habe die Demo auch gespielt. Up again, down again. Stanley Story. Ich bin nicht wie die. Was? Was?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself.
War das ein
This is what I
Ende?
wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Was? Kann ich irgendwo alle meine Enden sehen? Hab ich ein Ende erreicht?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hab ich ein Ende erreicht?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, man kann da immer hingehen. Das ist cool.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Der Narrator macht sich um mich lustig.
Feeling soothed
Ja.
and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked
Das ist so
forward
cool.
into the opened passageway.
Na dann.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nein, das ist das... Ja, das ist das Ende.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
Hey,
The
face
lives
punch.
of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Nummer 1, und der hat gefeuert.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly
Was ist,
blind to the
wenn
world?
der Narrator halt wirklich einfach
But here was
der
the
Boss
proof,
ist?
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Ja, lass uns einfach den Training haben. Was steht da? Mini Control. Da steht etwas. Da steht auch etwas. Ja.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Was it over? Ja.
Was it over?
Ja.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Was, wenn ich Nein sage? Das ist ein Stuhl, worauf ich stehen kann. Was, wenn ich Nein sage? Und ja, das ist das Ende hier, aber... Was, wenn ich Nein sage? Habe ich wirklich da keine Wahl? Hat jemand sich schon mal gedacht, wie komisch das eigentlich hier aussieht? Fein. Hier hätte man ein Ende reinpacken können.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah. Man kann es rein interpretieren, dass Stanley jetzt wirklich kontrolliert wird.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Neuer Inhalt? Was? Was?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
What? 15 usual... Okay.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content.
Yay!
I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
What?
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Was? Ich kann springen? Ich kann springen! Ich konnte springen.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Warte, was? Ist sie aufgeladen? Nein. Ich konnte springen.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, Initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, Test Achievement.
Warte, was? Oh, ich sehe es. Ja, ich zeig's mal hier. Ich hab's gar nicht gesehen. Das werde ich zu ihm senden. Okay. Ja, ich denke, das bleibt hier.
Please ignore. What quality assurance department signed off on? Yes, I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Warum hast du Twitter gesagt? Es wird irgendwann ausgedeckt sein.
Anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together.
Ist das,
What do you say, friend?
Yeah. Ist das 2011 dann? Was? Was?
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay. Badadadadam. Badadam. Was? Okay, die hätten kein Loading Screen machen müssen, nicht wahr?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well,
Yeah.
It got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Das ist...
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Was?
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Muss ich mit dir reden? Brauchst du jemanden zum Reden? Ich kann mit dir reden. Es ist okay, weiterzugehen. Du musst nicht an der Vergangenheit bleiben. Ich meine, ja, 2013, oh mein Gott, 2013, wie alt war ich da? Ja, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ach, ich bin 2002 geboren, das heißt, ich war 11. Fuck. Das waren gute Zeiten, ne? Ich mag nicht gerne, weil das gut ist und... Und ist honest, you know. Der erste Dollar. Das ist ein Bild anscheinend. Nein, ich möchte mich hier hinsetzen. Oh.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
You don't? So how do you review what has become known as the Sniper HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods online? Discuss it and analyze it. That's simple. You don't. 10 out of 10. Person of the Year. Das ist mit dem Hammer-Editor, ja. Maintenance. Know your city. The top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable 2013. Oh god. What the fuck? People play games because of what they can do inside, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Oh, daran erinnere ich mich auch, ja.
Here's another moving passage,
Carpet.
this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
The Serious Room. Und wie kann ich jetzt da weitergehen? Müsste.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Steam reviews. No, this is sad. Warum spreche ich Englisch? Warum spreche ich Englisch?
Okay, let's see what this one says.
Das ist
While
gut.
the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel
nein.
like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Ich möchte ihn einfach umarmen. Okay, was hier?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay, dann.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
Was?
Logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is. So...
It's looped.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yeah.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Nein!
You've just been frozen there.
No.
I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000
I feel like it's like
times,
an...
and
Fuck,
no
ich spreche
door,
Englisch.
Stanley.
Es fühlt sich an, als wäre es einfach ein
No-Clipper,
No-Clipper, der einfach rumguckt.
I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important?
Ich will nicht drücken. Ich will das nicht drücken, aber...
Why did Cookie 9's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie 9. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and
Es tut mir leid!
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always?
Oh,
Doesn't that
nein.
feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving.
nein.
It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to
Es
know.
tut mir leid.
Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a
nein.
fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me.
Yeah.
I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it. To think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Es tut mir so leid. Was ist etwa? Das ist ein Feuermelder.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time.
Nein.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand.
Wovon redest du gerade?
It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do.
Was?
Perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace.
Er hat mir Angst gemacht. Hallo? Wo bin ich? Nein!
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising
Was zur
heart the
Hölle?
words that they are speaking into the world.
Gott.
As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project.
Egal was passiert, er bleibt da.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
Oh
end.
nein. Was habe ich getan?
Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never
Er hat
the
seinen
end,
Lob.
is never the end.
Irgendwann muss das doch zusammenbrechen. Okay, wir sind ein Videospiel, aber trotzdem. Oh, es bricht zusammen. Ich habe ihn gebrochen. Es muss hier einen Weg rausgeben. Es gibt einen Weg raus. Narrator, wo bist du? Oh, Spielerzähler. Wir haben's raus. Kannst du mir raushelfen? Oh, Spielerzähler. Spielerzähler? Ich hab einen Weg rausgefunden. Was? Spielerzähler? Was ist passiert? Was ist passiert? Was ist passiert? Was ist passiert?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Was? Was? Hier war ich doch schon.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley parable
Was?
2.
This is not for the end again. For two.
Yes,
So.
you see, isn't this far superior to a
Was?
measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2. Das ist Deutsch.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Du bist
It's future
verrückt gegangen.
It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Es sieht aus wie diese Mobile-App-Ding. More sustainable, better sustainable win. Color red. Ja, weil rot ist sehr Yeah, the content part 2 is in. Old bust is new hottest. Ich denke, das sieht sehr schön aus.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Okay. Wieder the Shore Floor. New Features. 2222. Neuer Content. Wie kann ich in den Bus rein? Es sollte zeigen, was ich schon nicht welches Ending ich schon gehabt habe.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Das erinnert mich an der Demo. Was? The button says the name of the player that's playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Wie soll das funktionieren?
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay.
Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Okay.
Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim. Okay. Jim. Name. Everyone got one here used today. Ich liebe das. Boah, Peter. Ari. Ari wäre schön.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Was? Please take no screenshots. What the fuck? Red is the new orange. Was zur Hölle? Ah, da ist ein... Was zur Hölle? Das ist nicht von mir, denke ich. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Von jedem Ende. Unendliches Loch. Warte, da fehlt etwas. Ich habe noch nicht alles erkundet. Okay. Hab noch nicht alles erkundet. Okay, da drüben. Merchandise. Merchandise. Yukon Part 2. It's Stanley Parable 2. I saw the new content! Oh God. The Resurrectance Bucket. Was? Hey, there's German again. Warum spreche ich... Wenn ich zu viel Englisch höre, stelle ich mal
A
ein.
common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
What
can I
the
say that
fuck?
I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Was?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Ich halte gerade einen
Does
Eimer.
anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Das sieht cursed aus. Das sieht einfach cursed aus.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Was zur Hölle? Ich halte gerade einen Eimer. In der Stanley Parable.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Stanley sieht traurig aus. Pull the lever, recent no more stats, just works, get right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Nein, ich möchte das Achievement bekommen. Desto mehr ich das drücke, desto weniger funktioniert. Vielleicht, wenn ich genügend drücke, wird es vielleicht funktionieren. Ich habe gar keine Ahnung, um ehrlich zu sein. Okay, fuck. Ich hätte einfach mehr warten sollen. Ich wusste, dass da irgendwas wird. Die geben eigentlich einfach etwas aus, ohne...
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Ja, lass mal nachschauen. Collectibles 2. Ausgang, Sprungkreis, warum nach unten? Sammelobjekt. Das sieht so komisch aus. Can you find them? Can you find them? Was?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Wow.
You don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Was?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Was? Zur Hölle. Okay, dann. Dann mach mal weiter. Ich kann immer noch nicht glauben, dass ich gerade einen Eimer halte. Ich pack den Eimer zurück, der stört ein bisschen. Es war cool, aber jetzt stört es. Ach, das sind die Figurinen. Ah, die Figuren. Ich habe auch irgendwie gewusst, dass ich nicht mehr springen kann. Na, dass das wiederkommt. Vielleicht brauche ich den Sprung mal irgendwann. Pack den zurück. Kann ich den nicht zurückpacken? Na toll. The button says gym. Ja. Ich bin mir sicher, dass es mehrere gibt und dann so ein Ende und so, ne? Also gut, wo kann ich? Ich kann da nach oben. Okay. Langsam bekomme ich so ein... Ach, ein unendliches Loch? Es endet nie? Keine Screenshots. Was, wenn ich wirklich einen Screenshot hier mache? Warte. Okay. Oh. Email report, name incident. Ah. Oh. Nein. Nein. Was, wenn ich hier drin... Okay, das ist einfach nur für Reports. Was, wenn ich... Warte, Screenshots kann man mit F10? Wie mache ich nochmal Screenshots? Okay. Ach, okay, fuck. Das passiert nichts. Okay. Ich dachte, der Erzähler würde was sagen, wenn er so... Ach, du machst gerade einen Screenshot. Weil da steht no Screenshots. Okay, da steht auch bitte, also... Nun ja. Distant Future. Whole Infinity. Mhm.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. Aber es ist nur eine Dämpfung.
See, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Warum?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. The shame of... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Yeah.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Narrator? Erzähler? Erzähler? Okay. Just the two of us, okay? Was? Was zur Hölle? Ändern der... Was? Ändere dich selbst? noch im Kopf. Was bin ich jetzt? Ist das ein Ende? Was?
Stanley! Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Nein.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
Give me a...
Stare at Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Oh nein. Lass mich raus. Ist das Ende? Habe ich ein Ende erreicht? Okay.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay, nicht zum Loch, nicht zum Loch. Wo geht's hier hin? Das ist der Ausgang. Okay. Okay. Was zur Hölle war das? Fine, it ended. Mostly. Dinge ändern sich, wenn man andere... Einstellungsmeister. Okay. Dinge ändern sich, sobald man sie durchgemacht hat. Gratis Erfolg. Just works, I can't believe it's that simple. Warum hat das nicht funktioniert? Warum hat es sich nicht geändert? Okay. Mal sehen. Ich war hier. Nun, jetzt muss ich nur höher. Ich möchte alles miterkennen. Weil das ist so viel. Okay, das habe ich auch schon berührt. Hier war ich aber schon. Das heißt, kann ich dort oben herumgehen? Scheinbar. Ich glaube, so Stanley Parable hat keine Lore.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Ja.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Was?
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Das ergibt einfach nur die Ultra
Go
Deluxe.
ahead. Take a look.
Was?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
Was
where he was
soll-
employee number 427.
Was zur Hölle?
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him
Gibt
what
es dann eine
buttons
Wahl,
to
die
push,
Stanley
how
Parable
long to
2
push
zu
them,
spielen?
and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
Was zur Hölle
Though
ist
he had
das?
been made exactly for this job. Stanley
Meine Güte.
was happy.
Und Stanley war glücklich.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that
The
would
Stanley
forever
Parable
change
2.
Stanley. Something he would never forget.
Oh Gott,
He had been
nein.
at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not
Nein.
one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him
Okay.
instructions, call a meeting, or even say
Okay.
hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen,
Die Fortsetzung ist jetzt pausiert.
solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his
Warte, ich kann jetzt das
he got
berühren.
up from his
Ich
desk
kann das
and
Achievement bekommen.
stepped out of his office.
Fortsetzung ist jetzt pausiert.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Kann ich wieder... 418, kannst du bitte weiterarbeiten? Danke.
Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the door. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket, two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat. Ah, no, apparently not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Was zur Hölle?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now. But you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Es ist so rot wie die Stanley Parable 2. Die Fortsetzung wurde pausiert. Das ist so dumm, ich liebe es.
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Oh!
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Nice. Was ist das für ein Spiel? Okay. Ich kann da nicht rein, okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanley and figurines. What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Was ist das für eine Scheiße? Ich liebe es. Ich liebe es, wie er es versteckt
The elevator raced down.
in normalen Ending, weil er sich nicht vorstellen kann, dass er überall anders ist.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Er kann sich nicht vorstellen, dass jemand vom Part von dem Weg weggeht. Ich kann nach oben gehen, aber ja.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Ich denke, er will, dass ich hier hingehe. Oh, ich dachte, mein Eimer wäre weg.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Oh
But
nein!
I'd never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Alles wird okay.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh nein.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At
Was?
this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Aber was, wenn selbst der Eimer...
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
bucket.
and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Okay, mal sehen.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Was?
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Was?
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Was? Ich bin noch im Sequel.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ja, ich will weitere Figuren finden.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead,
Ich bin noch im
entered the
zweiten
opposite
Teil.
door, and got back on track.
How can you tell your spot? What can make them float? Pictures of them. Flagels are hard to find, Faluk. Looks like the 4 to 7. A large room, lots of boxes. Some are both red and blue. Sehr viele Boxen.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ich weiß, es ist... Ich möchte die letzten... Ich weiß, wo das ist. Aber mit sehr vielen Boxen.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Warte, nein. Ja, ich bin auch im Sequel. Ja.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wo sind sehr viele Boxen?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Irgendwo mit sehr vielen Boxen.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Ja. Naja.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came
Weißt du
to
was,
a
ich
set
geh
of
einfach zu
two
dem,
open
ja.
doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Hier ist aber nichts. Ja,
Stanley was so bad at following
directions.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the
Ich hab... Oh mein Gott. Ich hab die gefunden.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Es ist ein Eimer.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you
Ich
had
hoffe, das
no
wird auf dem
Figler and
Titelscreen
Marines.
sein.
None of us can.
Und jetzt hier. Was?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still have haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Game Theory, wir brauchen dich. Auch wenn ich denke, das Spiel hat eigentlich keine wirkliche Geschichte. Game Theory ist es. Game Theory wird ein Video machen.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the...
Jade. Ja. Lass uns weitergehen.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Super
I
hot.
realize
Super
that
hot.
Investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Now listen carefully. Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Was zur Hölle? Was zur Hölle?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7.
And here was a second Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Was? Als ob.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Ich habe Angst.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
By the narrator. What's that back there? Nein, ich war auf Mini-Stan Number 5. Ich glaube, der Narrator wird das ob. Copyright the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
Also, das ist ein Reward.
Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Nun dann.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Okay.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes.
Das sieht alles grauer aus. Sieht alles grauer aus, weil...
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Warum will ich die ganze Zeit Englisch sprechen? Ich kann dort nicht hingehen.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Das Springen.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Nein.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Was?
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go.
Was?
I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Was?
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Was?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich habe ihn gefunden. Der ging jetzt in die andere Seite?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Er hat ja gesagt, dass es ein letztes Mal ist. Was würde ich tun? Was ist mein Lieblingssender? Ach, weißt du was? Das Standardende?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Okay. Also der Erzähler hat Stanley erschaffen. Um ehrlich zu sein, das ist die beste Geschichte, die man machen kann. Um ehrlich zu sein, ich mag das eigentlich.
Through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley.
Was ist mit dem Serious Room? Kann man ihn noch irgendwie accessen, also reingehen?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never...
Okay.
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected
der ganze
on how
Sache
many
von
puzzles
Erzähler
still
erschaffenen
lay unsolved.
Stanley
Where had his
erinnert mich an
co-workers
etwas.
gone? How had he been freed from the machine's
Ich werde nicht
grasp?
wirklich sagen was,
What
aber es
other
erinnert mich an
mysteries did this
etwas.
strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Okay. Ist da jetzt ein Ende? Oder bleibe ich jetzt die ganze Zeit in der Fortsetzung?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bleibt die Fortsetzung für immer?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Huh.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Confusion ending.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ha, sieht ein bisschen anders aus.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Na dann.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over. Completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
What the fuck? Was? Ist doch nicht so groß, als man sich das denkt.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on.
Nein,
I
nein,
can promise
nein,
you,
nein.
there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Nein.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting
Was?
over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
But na dann.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
Ich
don't think
kenne
so.
ich kenn ihn
I
hier.
can't quite recall, but
Weil
I believe my
aus dem anderen
story took
Spiel.
place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Nicht viel davon ist übersetzt, aber ist okay.
Oh, no.
Wenigstens kann man die
I don't
Untertitel,
feel
ja.
right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Trademark.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
.437. Ist das der 437-Typ?
You see?
Ja.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba, ba. Ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba. Ba-da-da, ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba. Ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Hey! Hey! Ba-da-da-da.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Got it. Got it.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through,
God.
you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right?
Oh,
We make up
yeah,
our own
cool.
story. Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yeah.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for
Dungeons
it.
and Dragons. This is Dungeons and Dragons. This is Dungeons and Dragons. Hey. Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons.
No, not you
hey.
again. Stanley, I'd
Dude,
also like to veto the line
trademark.
from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Ja. Hat funktioniert.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination
Jesse, what the
corresponds
fuck are you
with that
talking about?
counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
Ja.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
Ja.
Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Nun dann. Willkommen, Stanley. Zum Himmel. Ha. Nun dann.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Das
This
ist
was
Minecraft
not the
Spiel.
direct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Minecraft.
And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. Do you see? There's nothing here.
Das sind nicht Developer-Protectors. Das sind die falschen, dass du alles weißt hier. Das ist Unity, soviel ich weiß.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out
Ich weiß
specifically
nicht,
for
wie man
you?
hier hingeht.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end it was all for nothing. Because this is
Oh,
what
das ist
you
ein
wanted
weiterer.
to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
Yeah, sure.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stan. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Eine Totemmaus. What the? Und dann.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work.
Ich hoffe, das wurde verbreitet, also vergrößert, das andere Spiele, weißt du.
Aha.
Was?
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Ich kenne das Spiel nicht.
What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
Was?
Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Minecraft? Ich kenne das Spiel nicht. Oh Junge.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Was?
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Was?
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Was?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League!
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Ich kenne das Spiel, weil ich habe das ein paar Mal schon gespielt. Nicht oft, aber trotzdem.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Ey, ich werde schneller und schneller.
Are you doing it?
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story? Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
2011? Das ist 2011. Ja, das ist 2011. Ich bin in 2011. Ich bin in 2011. Krass. Ha. Weil die haben nie über 2011 geredet, die haben nur von 2013 geredet. Warum hat der Erzähler nie hiervon geredet? Das verstehe ich halt nicht. Aber es ist doch hier.
I wonder what he found. If
2011.
what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Was zur Hölle ist los?
This is the story of... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in...
Ja.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ja.
Okay.
Ja, halt die Fresse.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
Du,
first
du, du,
open
dum.
door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh. Na gut.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Unity's
If
particle
we just stay
system.
right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh wow. Partikel können sehr schön aussehen. Ja, das sind einfach nur Bilder, aber das hier. Das hier sieht schön aus. Das hier in virtueller Realität, das wäre schön.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Wow.
No. What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Oder was macht das nochmal? Aktiviert Warnung und Überspringmöglichkeit. Oh! Nee, ich muss weiter, ich muss weiter.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment.
Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Big Ball. Das sieht nicht sehr schön aus. Man sieht, das sind einfach nur Vierecke.
No. No, no. What do you do? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Das sieht aus wie ein UFO.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Was, wenn ich nochmal zurückgehe? Das ist ein Rollercoaster. Das ist einfach nur ein Rollercoaster. Ja, man kann einigermaßen sehen, was neu ist und was nicht, aber es kommt auch, das ist auch, weil ich halt das frühere gespielt habe und dadurch auch das erkennen kann.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was...
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Ja, das zweite. Ich werde langsamer und langsamer. Okay.
Is it over?
Ja.
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Wir sind zurück, ja.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Was?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Die Türen waren offen, ja.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Ja. Oh, okay.
Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it...
Ja,
be
sollte
over.
genug.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
Was auch immer.
Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
Okay.
I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Tippfehler? Oder nein?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh Gott.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got
Oh
dressed,
boy, ich kann
gathered
nicht
her
erwarten.
belongings,
Oh.
and walked to her place of
Nicht
work.
Seffi hatte geändert.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh Gott.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Was soll ich ja dem einmal haben?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number...
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where... Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't? Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Warte.
upstairs to the boss's office.
Da einmal macht Stanley ruhig.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that.
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket,
Oh, du
I've
Lebenszeit!
gone
Ohne mein Eimer
Where
bin
is
ich
it?
verrückt.
I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of
Was?
security, and walked to her place of work.
Was?
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Was?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Was, wenn ich nochmal hier reingehe?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Okay.
The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Was passiert, wenn ich das Ende nochmal mache, weil ihm hoch und runter gehen? Ich meine, ich habe den Eimer.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
8.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Oh. Es fühlt sich an, als wäre der Eimer.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Was, wenn der Eimer einfach ein Freund
A hint
ist?
of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again? No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Ist der Eimer eine Art Freund, dem man das Spiel zeigt?
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Oh Mann.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to
Okay.
see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Ja.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever
Minecraft.
been for anything in his life.
To stage 3333.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
Nun
He never
dann.
functioned well by himself.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Es ist ein Eimer.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Ui. Also gibt es halt doppelt die Enden. Weil der Eimer alles anders macht.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Ja, ja.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Was zur Hölle?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions
zur Hölle?
his feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Was?
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Was zur Hölle?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. "Where are we going today?" the bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, wir kennen alle das Museum.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Es ist einfach eine modifizierte Version, wenn man den Eimer hat.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Lol.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Jo. Sein zum Wegrennen.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Oh.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise,
And the bucket.
Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Ein Eimer? Der Eimer! Heißt, sie bekommt zur Stellung. Sie stehen am Abgrund des Wissens, ähnlich wie ein Eimer ist. Und der menschliche Verstand oft leer, hüllenartig, aber durch die...
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Stretched analogy. Ohne Kommentar. Okay.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Was?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket should
Was zur Hölle?
as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Was? Was? Das Spiel hat sich neu gestartet.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. A good bucket. A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wir haben alles links gemacht. Was
This
passiert?
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
Confusion ending.
was
Yeah, the
simply
confusion
place
ending.
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Das hat mich erschrocken.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
We care about you.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Hey! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is
Mach es!
knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans.
Ich versuche es.
The fans what they want. Hurry and crush.
Ich versuche das.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay, dann.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Ich habe alles
Stanley
längst
had felt the
gemacht.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Wow. Speedrun.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Es regnet.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah. Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Okay, mal sehen, was passiert.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hallo Sunny, ich bin es, der Eimer.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Hör nicht auf den Laubenmann, um mich dann wieder zu Hause zu bringen.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Drücke G, um alles auf deine Demos, um mich zu ignorieren.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Du hältst mich für real, oder, Stanley? Cool, um mich wieder nach Hause zu bringen.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving around from one room to another.
Gehe, um denselben Tag mit mir wieder zu erleben.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Drücke T, um mich nach Hause zur Arbeit zu gehen.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Zurück zur Arbeit, Stanley. Okay.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Okay.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did
Stimmt,
not
der
question
Kabel.
why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Oh!
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Oh.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit,
Was?
with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke,
Okay, ja.
start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Die Witzelei. I'm Danny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
Was?
An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal,
Was?
you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children
das
after them.
Gefühl,
Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
nichts gemacht hat, was gesagt hat.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So
was?
with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Was?
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling
Ich
whelp.
bin froh, dass es kein Reskin ist.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? we're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Es ist ein Reskin, aber nicht komplett.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay, fair enough.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Es ist kein kompletter Reskin, aber es ist ein Reskin.
You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Es ist ein Reskin, aber es ist trotzdem so komisch.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Die Hälfte der neuen
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Was?
Please, step in here for a moment.
Was? Was?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Item 3.
Ja.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Nein, nein, ja. Okay.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay? Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Was?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Du weißt nicht, was einmal ist und was nicht.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Was?
God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this... Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
Ich meine, alles ist ein Eimer, also...
Yet compact. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office.
Wenn ich nach oben gehe,
Stanley and the bucket
gibt es
walked
noch ein
upstairs
Ende.
to the boss's office. Stepping in.
Los geht's. Okay, also gleich ich bin mir sicher, ob ich alles bekommen habe, aber je nachdem. Es ist ein geniales Spiel und man sollte es spielen. Los geht's. Okay, jetzt muss es einen Ausweg geben. Jetzt muss es einen Ausweg geben. Ich hoffe, die haben nichts Gruseliges in dieses Spiel reingebracht. Das ist ja scheiße. Was geht's einmal? Was? Was? Nein! Komm. Stanley. Geh rein, Stanley. Stanley. Geht beide rein. Stanley. Geh mit rein. Nein!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the
Ich versuche
door
noch eine Sache und dann beende ich es dann noch für heute. Wir sind schon seit 4 Stunden da. Ach, nur 4 Stunden?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door.
Ich möchte raus. Ich möchte fliehen. Ich möchte fliehen. Ich möchte fliehen. Es ist doch unmöglich, dass mein Eimer fliehen darf, aber ich darf nicht fliehen. Das ist doch unmöglich. Okay. Also
All
setzen
of
wir
his
mal weg.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Replacement
missed a
bucket.
memo. And try not to lose this one too, you dolt. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ich frage mich, wie er reagiert, wenn ich
Still
ihn
no one
nochmal...
was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ich liebe es, wie wir die Welt beeinflussen können. Ich in der Eimer.
Stepping in.
Es geht wirklich nur um den Eimer. Und ich weiß nicht, wie ich mich darüber fühlen. Im Ganzen halt. Weißt du? Ihr, alle, die eine Person, was auch immer. Ich glaube, ich weiß, warum man erlaubt, dass der Eimer weggeht, aber Stanley nicht erlaubt, in diese Röhre reinzugehen. Weil der Eimer, den wir hatten, die ganze Zeit ist weg. Dieser Eimer ist hier. Aber der andere Eimer ist weg. Was bedeutet das, wenn Stanley da drin wäre? Wir komplett weg wären. Wir könnten das Spiel nicht mehr spielen. Ja, das ist das gleiche Ende. Ich finde es immer noch krass, dass wir eine Cutscene haben. Möchte Stanley wirklich nicht fliehen? Wenn am Ende sind wir nicht... Ist Stanley nichts für uns, ohne uns.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Lol. Nun, ich glaube, das sollte es auch sein. Mit The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Was gerade The Stanley Parable 2 heißt. Ich weiß nicht, wie man das umkehren kann. Keine Ahnung. Ich meine, ja, man kann die Einstellung zurückresetzen. Und gespeichert. Ja. Also. Ja. Nun ja, ich glaube, das sollte es sein. Ciao, Leute.